Well, hello everybody. Good morning and welcome to our April Zazenkai. This is no April Fools. We will not be chanting. I was very tempted. I almost went and did it. Mr. Spock's Put a Little Love in Your Heart. Though the lyrics really are very lovely. You know, think of your man, right? I mean, it's really a nice song. And if we had to replace the Heart Sutra, that would be my top choice. But no, we'll be chanting the Heart Sutra and the harmony of relative and absolute today, as always. It's a very peaceful time in my house because yours truly got the garage cleaned. Took me all week, but everything's, even the bicycles are all polished and the dust is all swept, so my wife is very happy. It's a good, peaceful time in my household. And also, after what is it, 8 years, I finally figured out to turn off the antivirus software before we do the Zazenkai. And look at this, everything's working. We're not going to get knocked off the air, keeping, you know, I don't know if Buddhists are allowed to keep their fingers crossed, but I'm going to be doing gasho like this today. You've heard of malware. I was referring to that as the Madarware. That's a little Buddhist geek joke. Anyway, here we are. Everyone can hear okay? Very good. Well, if that's the case, let's all get started. If you've been here before, you know what to do, and if it's your first time, just follow along. And Kyonin, I believe you're up today, yes? Very good. Oh, and also my back's in good shape. I'm actually going to be trying the 3 bows, but if by some chance I only get through one of them and I stay down there, you guys just go on without me. Okay. Everyone but Kyonin, would you make sure your microphone is turned off? Thank you.
the heart of the perfection of great wisdom. Sutra. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, awakened one of compassion, Imprashna Paramita, the deep practice of perfect wisdom, perceive the emptiness of all five conditions, and was free of suffering. O Shariputra, form is no other than emptiness, emptiness no other than form. Form is precisely emptiness, emptiness precisely form. Sensations, perceptions, formations, and consciousness are also like this. O Shariputra, all things are expressions of emptiness, not born, not destroyed, not stained, not pure, neither waxing nor waning. Thus emptiness is not form, not sensation nor perception, not formation nor consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, no sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, nor object of mind, no realm of sight, no realm of consciousness, no ignorance, no end to ignorance, no old age and death, no cessation of old age and death, no suffering nor cause or end to suffering, no path, no wisdom, and no gain, no gain. Thus bodhisattvas leave this prajna paramita with no hindrance of mind, no hindrance, therefore no fear, far beyond all delusion. Nirvana is already here. All past, present, and future Buddhas leave this prajna paramita and realize supreme and complete enlightenment. Therefore know that prajna paramita is the sacred mantra, the luminous mantra, the supreme mantra, the incomparable mantra, by which all suffering is clear. This is no other than truth. Therefore set forth the prajna paramita mantra. Set forth this mantra and proclaim Gate, Gate, Para, Gate, Parasam, Gate, Bodhisoaka. Hanya Shinyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise and dull, in the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. While human faculties are both wise and dull, in the way there are no northern and southern ancestors, the subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion, to encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and feel, intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places in expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature, as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is no different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute, as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative, like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is, make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer progression, no progress no further. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now, in reciting the heart of the perfection of the Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute. We dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, Honor One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, Honor One, Soji Keizen, Honor One, all successive Honor Ones up until Rempo Niwa, Honor One, and Gudo Wafu, Honor One, and to all other Honor Ones throughout history, male and female honored ones whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prashna Paramita.
Zazen? Can't hit? Zazen? we will have a long kinhin. We will now have a little talk, followed by Zazen. Take a minute to stretch. Kyonin, we're going to recite the verse to open the sutras today. Okay. All right, everyone all set? Kyonin, if you would.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely, lovely. Everyone can hear okay? Good, good, good. Well, today we're going to read a little of Master Dogen's how-to manual that he wrote for his monks in the 13th century about how to get through their day. And you may be wondering, what does that have to do with my day? This is describing monks whose primary occupation seems to be things like lighting incense, bowing, serving tea, getting it right during ceremonies, when to turn left, when to turn right. What has that got to do with me? My big task this week was cleaning the garage, getting my kids to school, going to the office and getting some reports done, doing some programming on the computer. My world is so far different from what Master Dogen is writing about here. And I'm here to tell you that's anything but the case. Master Dogen had a way, I often say he would, well, let's put it nicely, speak to his audience. And sometimes when he was speaking to lay people, he would say, this way is open to priests and lay, no matter. In this case, though, he was speaking to his priests in the far-off snowy mountains of Echizen Prefecture, which I got to tell you, even in modern Japan, is way out in the boondocks. He got kicked out of the capital, Kyoto, and he had some land donated for the building of Eiheiji, which at this time was still known as Daibutsuji. And it was way out in the middle of nowhere. And he was talking to his monks and trying to keep spirits up and talking about their life and their work, their job and their family. Yes, their family, their job. What do I mean? Well, let's go back to the 13th century. And in those days, as now, it's all a boys' club in the monastery. In modern times, there's a women's monastery, but in those days, the monastery was for the men. And this was their family. As a matter of fact, the terms we use in Buddhism is, my Dharma father, my brother, my Dharma brother, my grandfather. The abbot of the temple is like the father. The different monks, they're your brothers. Not all the brothers are easy to get along with either. It's just like a real family. I'm sure if you were living there with those people, you would say, boy, that guy over there, his personal habits drive me crazy. That other guy, he's my buddy. It's a family. And this was their job. Yes, their job. If you're a monk, what do? You do monk things. Your job is to light the incense and to bow. I'm not saying it's not a spiritual pursuit. I'm saying that this is what they did. This was their 9 to 5. Well, more like 5 to 9, getting up at, in the early morning until late at night. This was what they did. And this was the how-to manual. And you might say, well, wait a second, my job, I don't live a life like this. No one tells me how to brush my teeth. Nobody tells me how to sleep. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Think about it. Who of us, especially married guys, doesn't get his wife to tell you how to sleep? My wife is always telling me which side of the bed to stick on and not to get my knees on her side of the bed. Just like over here. Now, we're going to read some instructions in a bit about how to sleep. And I put up a little film, and you're going to see the only reason they're able to sleep this way is they literally had to tie themselves into the mattress. That was the secret. But if you have a job too, you have a boss who tells you this is how you do things. That is how you don't do them. I'm trained as a lawyer. Believe me, I'm not a very good lawyer, but believe me, it's all rules. I'm looking out here, we got programmers. What is programming? Rules. We got medical people. What is that? There's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. Your life is all day a ritual of how things are done and how things are not. All of us are. I'm a dad. If I don't get up in the morning and pick my daughter up at school on time, she sits in the school and I get a phone call from the school. Hey, you forgot your kid. I have to be there at the right time. Our life is rituals. And they're just as sacred and just as, shall we say, enlightening as anything described here. You can find in your own life the same realization that Master Dogen is describing here for his monks during their 9 to 5. People think, but my life, I've got, I got the computer here, I got the TV, I got a car in the garage, I got Netflix on the TV, watch a movie at night if I got the time. My life is very different from these people. And you're right. But let me tell you something, and this is something people don't often talk about with monasteries. If you went back into the 13th century, it was not meant to be that unpleasant a life. I mean, sure, these modern days, if you went to a monastery, you got to give up your iPod, no TV, right? Living with the guys in close quarters. Sounds terrible. Sounds like the army. Well, that's true, but in the 13th century, even 100 years ago, it's not so hard to give up your TV and your iPod and your car when they don't exist. Think of the alternative to living in a monastery back in the 13th century. You have a choice. Monastery, 2 square meals a day, warm place to sleep, what passed for medical care back then? Or would you like to be a peasant? Even the nobility of the time. I live in a house, it gets warm, I put on the air conditioning or the heater in winter. Great. Did not exist back then. If you wanted to keep warm, you put on a lot of clothes and sat around the coal burner. Monastery life was meant to be a balanced life. It was meant to be a healthful life. I'm going to tell you a little secret. A lot of these guys who built the monasteries, they were kind of, I don't know, utopian socialists. It was meant as a way to close the gates on the outside world, and inside these walls we were going to build an ideal society of balance, from everyone according to their ability to everyone according to their needs, where the group labored together, practiced together, lived a healthful life. It was meant as a kind of commune. Master Dogen, when building this monastery, it wasn't only his idea, he was copying monasteries as they existed in China, as they exist in Korea, Vietnam, all through Asia, Tibet, was trying to build in the walls of the monastery an ideal society of sorts, with balance, with non-attachment, with communal living, with family, friends, support. And you can have this in your life too. There's nothing here that Master Dogen is preaching about that is not available in your life, in my life, if we have the eyes to see and the realization and the wisdom to realize it. Let's see. We're going to look at Bendoho. This is actually not part of Shobogenzo. It's part of his rules, many rules that Dogen wrote, some of which are in the Shobogenzo. This is actually the abbreviated version of the rules. There's a whole section on brushing your teeth, washing your face, and going to the toilet. There's actually two sections in Shobogenzo that I think are about 20 pages long. And so what you're getting here is just the abbreviated version. But his basis point in the first paragraph is this: we're already realized, we're already enlightened. But that doesn't mean we're done, because there's nothing to attain. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't go about attaining and realizing this non-attainment. And you may be scratching your head. What does that mean? It means that there's not one thing in need of attaining, but you better live that way. It means that you're already Buddha, but you better live as best you can in that way. The world is already enlightened, but unless we make it real in our life, it's ugly. Every choice you make, every decision you make in your life, every way you live, every opportunity to do excess, to be greedy, to be angry, that you pass up, and you live in a more gentle way, peaceful way, non-attached way, wise way, compassionate way, is making it real. And that's what he talks about in the first paragraph. All Buddhas and all ancestors are within the way and engage it. Without the way, they would not engage it. You have to engage the wisdom. You have to make it real in your life. The Dharma exists and they appear. Without the Dharma, they do not appear. Therefore, when the assembly is sitting, sit together with them. As the assembly gradually lies down, lie down also, in activity and stillness at one with the community. Throughout deaths and rebirths, do not separate from the monastery. Standing out has no benefit. Being different from others is not our conduct. This is the Buddha's and ancestors' skin, flesh, bones, and marrow, and also one's own body and mind dropped off. This is living. Of course, these are Japanese people. Japan is a very group-oriented society, maybe more than Westerners, but it's a commune. You have to live for the group, and in doing so, you lose the ego, the self-centeredness, and you realize a kind of freedom. Not a kind of freedom, liberation here. Let me explain. I'll explain that in a moment. Therefore, engaging the way is practice enlightenment before the empty kalpa. That means it's right now realizing the way in our practice It's not a matter of time. It's timeless, beyond time. So do not be concerned with your actualization or your satori or your enlightenment. It is the koan before judgments. So do not wait for great realization, I might add. Realize it right now in what you do. And then he gets on with his instructions. For evening zazen, when you hear the bell, put on your okesa. Enter the monk's hall, settle into your place, and do zazen. Now, to some people, this might sound like a prison, and it is. But what's the difference between this and a prison? And I used to volunteer at a maximum security prison with a Zazen group in Florida, and I had a chance to see this firsthand. I would visit those guys, and their life was very much like the life of a monastery, in the sense the bell rings, they're told to get up. They're told when to take a shower. They're told when to eat. They're told not to speak during eating. They're told basically to bow. They're told to sleep in very uncomfortable quarters. What's the difference between that and a monastery? Well, of course, in prison, it's a place of greed, anger, ignorance, ugliness. These Zazen practicing prisoners had to fight very hard to find peace, beauty, and equanimity in that setting of a prison. But here, the monks are living what you might consider a prison, but you know, your life with all the choices, the ability to go to a movie anytime you want, the ability to go to the mall anytime you want, that can be the real prison if you are attached. If you are filled with greed and ugliness, then you are in prison. If you are living in close quarters and keep a mind and a spirit that's free, you are free. You know, there's actually something very peaceful about living this way, where people tell you this is when you get up, this is what you eat, hang out with the boys in between, sit a little zazen. Sounds very nice. But even a monastery can be a living hell if you bring with it ugliness and anger. The key is right here. The key in your life is right here too. You can be free right now where you are. It's not about a matter of being inside the monastery walls or outside the monastery walls. The true monastery is everywhere. The true prison can be everywhere, depending on the choice you make. Is it a monastery, a place of peace? Is it a mountaintop with wide open vistas? Or is it a closed-in prison? It's up to you. Has nothing to do with where you're living. Has to do with the walls you build here. You know, the Buddha, if you go back to the old suttas, he never said that you have to be a monk to get realization. He said that's the easier way. And I've got the quotes. I post them. We have a little thread in our training section and I like to find quotes that support the at-home lay lifestyle. And if you go back to the oldest quotes throughout the suttas, the Buddha said time and time again, he's quoted as saying, the way of practice, finding a pure life at home is difficult. He never says impossible. To leave home and to go into a life of mendicancy is wide open. It's the easier way. Yes, it's a challenge for you. But if you're wise, if you're compassionate, you can find the very same realization as here. Now the other thing you're going to notice is these instructions, by the way, seem to begin in the afternoon or late in the evening, and then somehow then they go to bed, and then they get up, and then they're on with their day, and you're wondering, what's going on here? Well, first off, they didn't measure time the same way we measure time now, and it was a cycle. The day never ends. So he might as well start his instructions in what we would consider the end of the day, and then somewhere in the middle, they're brushing their teeth. I know it's a little, to us, backwards, but it means that their day is a cycle. So what comes next? Going to bed. After removing okesas, the robes, monks continue zazen for a while. Slowly and deliberately, they unroll their quilts and bedding, place their pillows, and lie down when the others do. Do not remain sitting when the other monks do not, or look around at the assembly. Do not arbitrarily leave your place and go where you should not. Just go along with the community and lie down, and lying down is the correct manner. The Sutra of the 3,000 Deportments says that there are 5 kinds of manners for lying down. The first is for your head to be in the direction of the Buddha. The second is not to look at the Buddha while lying down, and it continues like this. Well, as I said, my wife gives me the same thing. If my knees get on her side of the bed and I steal the covers, she lets me know about it, usually with an elbow. The only way the monks, I think, in the monastery, you see these tatami mats behind me? Now ours are small, and they put the tatami mat sideways, and the Japanese in those days were not very big. So they would lay with their head, if you can see the board in front of where I sit, that's where you eat. So they would lay crosswise with their head sticking out this way. You can't do it on our little tatami because I have the tatami sideways. But that was their one space, one tatami mat, which is, this is your bed here. That's a tatami mat. So you would be lying there. And the next guy would be right next to you. And if you kicked him in the knees or you were every which way, it would be a bad thing. Plus, Master Dogen believed in proper deportment. So in the film I posted, you see the only way they're able to do this is they tie themselves into the mattress. That's the only way. How do you keep your knees? And I mean, I'm not, when I'm sleeping, I wake up in the morning all over the place. The only way they were able to do this was to tie themselves in. So you don't have to take all these practices very, very literally. The Buddha also said we're not even supposed to sleep on beds, by the way. But most of us these days do sleep on beds. It was an offense for monks to sleep on a soft bed. I've got a Posturepedic mattress myself with my bad back. It's for medical reasons. Now, washing your teeth. This is another practice that is a combination of practicality but also spirituality. It's doing things as a sacred ritual that are the most ordinary things. What is most ordinary than brushing your teeth? Yet Master Dogen turns this into the Buddhas and all the ancestors brushing the teeth as you brush the teeth, and as you brush your teeth, you're brushing the Buddha's teeth. You're brushing, your toothbrush is the Buddha, brushing the Buddha, and your teeth are the Buddha, and you are the Buddha. That's what Master Dogen tries to convey here. So he says, the manner for washing your face is hang the shukin. That's kind of a towel to tie up your robes, with both ends hanging down in front of you. Then with each hand grab one end, put them under the left and right armpits, and cross both ends over each other behind you. That's to keep your sleeves out of the way. Again, bring them under both armpits to your front and lie them down on your chest. Your whole collar and both sleeves are tucked in tight above your elbows and below your shoulders as if fastened by a robe cord. Next, hold your toothstick, gasho and say, and we turn the brushing into a kind of chant. Holding the toothstick, I vow with all beings that our minds will attain the true Dharma and naturally be pure and clean. By the way, toothstick, they didn't have toothbrushes like we do. They had kind of a twig and from a tree or a brush, and they'd kind of rub it around in there. By the way, this was a big thing. I have a feeling in the 13th century, most people did not brush their teeth very much. And if you're living in a monastery, I think a lot of this was purely practical. Master Dogen's trying to say, guys, hey, we're going to take care of our dental hygiene here. So this is a big thing. As he says at the end of this, in China, maybe they didn't do this so much. Then chew the toothstick and chant, chewing the toothstick in the morning, I vow with all beings to care for the eye teeth that bite through all afflictions. Buddha said not to chew more than a third of the toothstick. Generally, you must clean your teeth and brush your tongue in accordance with Dharma. Do not brush your tongue more than 3 times. If your tongue gets red from irritation, you should stop. In ancient times, it was said, for a pure mouth, chew the toothstick, rinse your mouth, and brush your tongue. When you are doing this in front of others, and then he goes on to the proper way to spit or not to. What does that have to do with our lives? Well, don't you brush your teeth? And why is it any different from this? Should we not be grateful to be alive, to be in this universe brushing our teeth? Let me tell you one way to look at our teeth brushing. Everything since the Big Bang, every molecule in the universe, all the air you breathe, the sun that is shining down, the miracle of your birth, the birds that are singing, all the craziness of human history, the ups and downs, every molecule, every ant in its own way that contributes to this world is somehow, all of that has one purpose: for you right this moment to brush your teeth. The most ordinary thing that we do in our life, going to the toilet, sleeping, brushing our teeth, changing the baby diapers, cleaning out the garage like I did this week, and my wife is grateful. Everything can be a sacred ritual. Everything is the whole universe, all space and time. Whatever, as I said, beyond the timeless kalpa. Whatever timeless, all the Buddhas and ancestors. When we see it as such. When you go to the office and the boss yells at you, or the patients are waiting, or there's computer programming to do. This is just the same as the monks of old who were translators of sutras, who are working in the garden, who are cooking in the kitchen. Your life, when you see it, when you know it, is the monk's life. People say, I want to go to a monastery and escape my life and have a peaceful life. Yeah, well, I'm sure it's good sometimes, but after 4 or 5 days, you maybe find that you brought the same person into the monastery that you left outside the door. And if you bring the wisdom and compassion and peace and view of sacredness wherever you go, in your job, in your family, then you literally bring the monastery to you. I think that message is clear enough. We realize in our practice right here and now everything that Master Dogen is talking about. There's nothing to realize, yet the choices you make right here and now can make the monastery real in your life. Now, we don't do everything they do in a monastery in our tree leaf Sangha. We're kind of minimalists. We do a few things to represent everything. But all through your day, if you're changing the baby diaper, make it a ritual. Bow down to the baby, that baby Buddha, and change his diaper. If you got to go oil the motor on the lawnmower, it's a ritual. But also we do a few things the same as what Master Dogen is talking about here. One is to put on the kesa. We're big on the kesa in our Sangha. And we kind of encompass everything Master Dogen's talking about in this garment. Why? It's symbolic. It's symbolic. But when we place on the kesa, when we sit zazen, we bring all of this into that. So let's see what Master Dogen says about the kesa. He talks about unwrapping the kesa. I think they used a kind of loose cloth, and many of us have the coverings a little different these days. It's more like an envelope to put your kesa in. But he's talking about the same thing. Next, Gasho, with both hands, take the kesa and its wrapping cloth and place them both on the quilt. Then Gasho and open the wrapping cloth so it covers the quilt with both ends spread out and folded over the quilt to the left and right. Do not wrap it around the front and back of this quilt. Next, Gasho to the okesa. With both hands, raise it up, place it on top of your head, Gasho, and arouse your vow, uttering this. And this is the same chant we always chant. The one I like to do is, robe of liberation boundless, field beyond form and formless, wearing the Tathagata's teachings, vowing to save all sentient beings. And when I do that, that's my monastery. But it's the same if I remember when changing a tire on the car or mowing the lawn or picking weeds, which by the way are coming up like boy, are the weeds really in just a couple of days. Where do they come from? It's a miracle. You should see what I'm seeing out here in my front yard. And then Master Dogen discusses Zazen. And if you read these Zazen instructions, you'll see it's the same Zazen we practice. But notice that Zazen was only one of the many activities during the day. People say that Zazen is the only thing. All we need to do is practice Zazen. Well, that's true. When you're sitting Zazen, it's the whole universe. There's no other place to go. There's no other activity. It's just the one thing. But of course, as you can see from these instructions, Master Dogen meant the whole day is Zazen. When mowing the lawn, that's lawnmower Zazen. When painting the wall, that's wall painting Zazen. Heck, when sitting on the couch eating chips, even monks got, I'm sure, in the schedule there were plenty of break time, I'm sure. Even they did their equivalent, I think, of sitting on the couch and eating chips. They don't just write about it in the instructions. But I assure you, if I've been to monasteries, there's plenty of time where they do just that. The monk's equivalent of sitting on the couch eating potato chips. Okay? But even that's Zazen. The one thing I want you to notice about their Zazen instruction here is Bendoho is one of the main sources for Master Dogen's vision of Zazen. And what does his instruction say? Well, get a nice posture, very balanced, breathe naturally, don't force it, and think non-thinking. How do you think not thinking? Non-thinking. For everyone who argues about what Master Dogen taught, this was his opportunity to give instructions. He's very detailed. You put the right foot here, you put the left foot out. Wasn't that song? Put the right foot here, put the left foot out, put the right foot here, and you shake it all about, right? So he's very detailed on everything. He does not say hold a koan in your mind. He does not say you have to constantly come back to the right posture. He does not say you have to follow the breath. His main point is thinking non-thinking, which if you look in places like Fukan Zazengi, where he basically repeats these instructions with a little more detail, also means things like don't think good, don't think bad, don't think about the laundry you have to do later, don't think about your entanglements and the people who drive you crazy in life. Just sit, thinking non-thinking. Anyway, that's a little beyond our subject today, but I just want to emphasize, when Master Dogen describes Zazen, he describes the same Zazen we practice here and now in this room. Okay, we've got a few minutes, and I would like to open it to some questions. And we've got all this wonderful technology here. Come on, guys, give me some questions. Wave your hand. Wave it good, because it's hard for me to see. Okay, Kyonin, thank you for being brave. There you go.
Thank you, Jundo. It's not a question, it's more of a comment. About our daily rituals, they are so important for us. I have found that I'm joyful when I practice my morning rituals and my rituals throughout the day, even if it's only to read email or preparing lunch. If you have small rituals, it'll help you to be present in the moment and to free processing space from your mind. And even though people, or at least here, people find discipline very hard to swallow, they don't like discipline, I have found that discipline is pretty liberating actually. So just wanted to say that because I find it very, very important. And despite it's been 1,000 years since we got these instructions from Master Dogen, I think they remain pretty actual, pretty much in the present.
I agree. The one thing I want to emphasize is you don't have to be tight about your rituals. We all have rituals during the day. I start off, my first ritual is making coffee. My next ritual is, saying hi to my kids, picking my daughter up at school. These are rituals I follow, and as a matter of fact, I got my own rituals, and if, like anybody, if my rituals get knocked off, my day feels wrong. Now, everybody's different. Some people are really, have to meticulous, shall we say, OCD about their rituals. And you find a lot of those people in monasteries, by the way, but that's a subject beyond our scope today. Me, I have to be relaxed about my rituals or I can't do them. So Master Dogen is not necessarily, Master Dogen says we all have rituals. Your whole day is rituals, but there's no reason you have to be tight and I have to gasho with my elbows up in 90 minutes to make my coffee, and I have to chant, and I have to be very serious, and I can't smile. For me, even in the monastery when I go and there's a ritual, I keep it light, got to keep a little sense of humor, got to just kind of go with the flow of it, stay relaxed. That's how I do my rituals. So even though these rituals seem very detailed and meticulous, Master Dogen is also saying, like the guitar string, don't be too loose about it, don't be too tight. But everyone's different. Some people like to be too tight. I mean, some people like to be tight. I need to kind of be loose about my rituals, but do them nonetheless. Okay? Next question. Come on, guys. Yeah, good, good, good. I just like, I got my mouse here. I just like doing this. Bryson.
Hi, Jado. Again, more of a comment than a question. You said towards the end of your talk about just sitting, and I've read a number of articles lately claiming that Master Dogen's practice didn't seem to be just sitting, but all of the things that I read in his own writings, and even though they're all translated from the original, and translations don't always come out exactly as they should, but it does seem to be just sitting. It seems to be very much a shikantaza practice, even though that word may not be used in his writings. What he's describing seems very much to me to be just that. So I wonder if you had any further comment on that.
Yeah, actually, I'm a big fan of Steve Hines' writing books, which are compendiums by other scholars. And now I'm drawing a little blank. Griffiths Falk, right, wrote this piece where he said, Dogen was not actually describing shikantaza. And I wrote, if you go onto Amazon and you see the review, you will see my scalding, polite but scalding review of this. And I said, what are you talking about? So, sometimes scholars, I mean, he's a brilliant guy and he's written this, but where did he get this idea? He says Dogen never actually used the word shikantaza. So that means it wasn't shikantaza. And I said, well, first off, Dogen, as other scholars have noted, used shikantaza, the word shikantaza, many times in his writing. But, if a duck quacks, it's still a duck, even if you don't call it a duck. In Bendoho, in Bendowa, in Fukan Zazengi, this is what Dogen describes as Zazen. If that's not shikantaza, what is it? He's not saying focus on a koan. He's not saying anything. He's not saying, he's saying think not thinking, drop good and bad. Just sit as if it's the Buddha's sitting right there, realizing all space and time. That's shikantaza. What do you mean? So I basically said, I gave the book 3 stars because of that one essay. You can read my review. Go to Amazon. There it is. Okay? The guy's crazy, with all due respect. Okay. One more question before we sit a little more? Come on. Going once?
I have a question.
Who is it?
Sekishi in the dark.
Sekishi in the dark, yes. You really are. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I wonder if we know from either from Dogen's writings or from historical accounts how many of the people that he sat with would eventually leave the monastic life and sort of return to the world of the red dust or whatever, to a lay life. And if we can learn anything from that sort of from our own lives as we sort of live as at-home monastics sometimes, and sometimes need to go out and engage the world to enact engaged Buddhism to, to sort of fill in the blank there. But to carry our practice out into the world, do we know anything about how porous the walls of the monastery were from that standpoint?
Well, if you read the Shobogenzo and some of the other writings, you can see that Dogen was dealing a lot of times with a group of people that was like herding cats. And in our own Sangha, sometimes I feel that same way. But you can see a lot of the times when he's obviously dealing with a morale problem, he's got to kind of build up people, or there's some kind of little conflict in the Sangha. So Master Dogen's kind of giving a lecture to people about, get your attitude straight. He was like the football coach. So he's dealing with people. And yes, there were people who left. I'm going more by the Dogen movie, if you've ever seen that, more than the Shobogenzo. But yeah, there were a couple of people who left for various reasons. One guy just couldn't deal with the celibate lifestyle, and he even all the cold showers. There's a scene he's under the waterfall, and it's not working. So finally, he takes off. There's a famous story that I believe is historical, where the Dogen threw one guy out of the monastery and got so mad that he even told the other monks to get a shovel and dig up all the dirt under where the guy sat and throw that out of the monastery too. Now I forget all the details of that story, but apparently you're dealing with people. So yeah, people left. Some people were suited to the lifestyle, some people not. If it sounds different from your family or your company, I think you're wrong. This is a group of people, just like in your office. And some people leave and some people stay, some people quit and some people get fired. That's the way it is. Okay, at this point I guess let's sit a mini Zazen for 5 minutes, and then we'll walk a few minutes of Kinhin. Kyonin, would you close the sutra? And then ring the bell for Zazen. I'll ring the bell for Zazen. Please close the sutra.
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way.
Okay. We're going to sit just a few minutes of Zazen, remembering that Zazen is not always a matter of long or short. As a matter of fact, it's always beyond time, right? You turn the clock off. We will now walk a few minutes of Kinhin. Zazen? Get hit? We will now recite the metaverses, followed by Zazen. Take a minute to stretch again. Is that Catherine came in? Hi. Okay. Okay, this is the time to recite the metaverses. And I always like to remind people why and how we do this. Some people care for it very much, but sometimes we get questions. You should actually feel the loving kindness and the good feelings for the people you're reciting for. And if you can't, well, I guess I'm just going to tell you to fake it till you make it, but do your best. And why? Does it actually have an effect in this world? And I say yes, because think of the opposite. If you sit there feeling anger and spite and jealousy about someone, wishing them harm, wishing them to fail, wishing them to be miserable, your enemy, well, doesn't that actually carry forth into your life, right? It kind of pollutes your own heart and also carries out into the world, affects the people around you, affects your town. One more angry guy in your town. How many angry, unhappy people are there in your world that affect the people around them, the people you work with who are miserable, the people who... Look at this airplane pilot in Germany. His anger, his hurt in himself. Look what he did to affect so many people. Okay, this is the opposite. If you feel loving kindness, if you feel goodness and generosity and well wishes towards other people, it also has effects. It's as simple as that. All right? So let's recite. I know this is, we can't really do this, but perhaps, but let's recite with so much loving kindness in our hearts that we can bring a little more into this world, something to make up for all the ugliness, like in that airplane incident. All right? First, we think about someone in our family, someone we love dearly, then a friend, then someone, a passing stranger, then a difficult person. And I'm not going to chant for that airline pilot, but I'm going to tell you I'm going to chant for people like him, because if there's people like that in the world, they're hurting so much, they're so unhappy. I'm going to chant for their contentment. I want them to have peace, because if they have peace, they will not do things like that, you see. So I'm going to chant for people like that who are still in this world and thinking today that they are so unhappy that they're going to hurt someone else. I'm going to chant for those people today and wish them peace and wish them good health and wish them a happy life. And then we're going to chant for all sentient beings. Okay? Everyone ready? Because, as Leonard Nimoy said, and the world would be a better place. Yes, the world, come on everybody, would be a better place for you and me. Just wait and see you and your fellow man. Ba ba da ba 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 Put a little love in your heart. Everybody, come on. Catherine, you're not moving. Keep on your gale with my you-ah-you-ah-wah-bah. I forget the words in your heart. And the world would be a better place. Yes, the world would be a better place for you and me. Just wait and see. Okay, this is our version. Ready? Begin with yourself. May I be free of suffering. May I feel safe and still. May I be free of enmity. May I be loving, grateful, and kind. May I be healthy and at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now for someone we love. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay. Now for a friend. Okay, I have a friend who's sick. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now a person who's suffering with own anger and trouble in his heart. Ready? Okay. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Did I skip someone? Did I do the stranger? Did I do the stranger? Did I skip the stranger? I don't know what that means, but I guess I skipped the stranger. Let's do the stranger again, even if I skipped it, okay? Back to the stranger, jumping back one. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now we are chant for all sentient beings in the 10 directions, everywhere. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. All right, let's sit one more short period of Zazen. All right, you can just sit where you are if you wish. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the four vows. As soon as I get up here, that might take a while. 1 second. You know, I was thinking when I was reading, Dogen's instructions for how to go to bed. What about the poor old guy? It must be for young guys, because what about the poor old guys? They got to get up 5 times during the night to head to the restroom. I mean, what, they got to go through that whole ritual every time? Gee, okay. One second here. Okay.
All harmful words, thoughts, and acts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind. Now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way unattainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way unattainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Okay, great. Let's see who's out there. Say hi, guys.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Hello, everyone.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Catherine,
Hi, everyone.
Bryson. Very good, very good. Well, guys, that is our Zazenkai for April. But today, brushing your teeth or changing your tire, you don't have to go through a whole ritual and chanting, but just take a moment to feel how amazing it is that you're here alive. The whole universe is allowing you just to be there. That is our sacred ritual. All right, do that a few times during today with just the most ordinary of things. All right, love you guys, and see you around the Sangha. All right, see you guys. Bye. Thanks, everyone.